I
Yeah, I
don't think
haven't. I
the
haven't. I'm
audio's
just
that live
looking back and
yet,
forth.
Mike.
Yeah, it looks like we are live.
Evening, folks, from the UK, 10 past 10 this evening. Hoping to see a little Starship action before I go sleep. I'm another space nut. I've got Warhawk with us here tonight as well. We'll be taking some of your questions, guys. So what did I miss so far, Warhawk? I've only just tuned in for the evening.
Yes, I was called away too. I wasn't quite expecting this to happen, and then things moved really quickly. It looks like we had a test start. Things were going okay, and some sort of a range violation may have aborted the test. That is speculation. That's what we're hearing through the airwaves at this point.
So take it SpaceX are going to recycle and attempt to do the static fire again.
I would bet on that, that we're in a reset mode, not a scrub mode.
So I see the Wayward Car on Twitter posted 30 minutes ago saying I have indeed caused an abort. So what do I do now?
I would suggest wait for the sheriff. Excuse me.
So we are taking questions in the YouTube chat here today, guys. If you've got any questions, feel free to tag Warhawk and we'll answer those questions for you.
That is for sure. Any questions, Starship related, SpaceX related, or space related in general, is great questions. I'm currently in a tiny town out in Oregon, in middle of the mountains. Where's everybody else talking from?
I'm from northern England, a very rural little town also.
Remember, we're here to answer your questions, anything you want. What do you think all these recent launches we had and the rumor that the Falcon 9 booster that just launched is going to launch again in 2 days? Is that what I'm hearing? If so, that's a crazy record of refurbishment.
I think I was reading Stinger NSW posted on Twitter explaining the error. When somebody's programmed the API key, they've put the wrong booster into the API for the launch, so it's misinforming people worldwide. Let me find that tweet and I will get more information on it for you.
I knew Stinger would know, and I hadn't gotten with him. Thank you for the update on that. I thought for sure it was a clerical error. 2 day turnaround is almost impossible, I would think.
NSW posted on Twitter saying it takes about 2 days for the booster to return to port. So the next flight of the Falcon 9 is booster B1058-5, which is assigned to transport at one mission net January 22nd.
Thank you very much for that update.
But if you do use any rocket launch scheduling sources, that will say that that's the same booster that currently performed the Starlink launch this morning. That's misinformation, that's a clerical error at API level from SpaceX.
Thank you very much for clearing that up.
No problem.
This particular test article is SN9. SN8 was the one that flew and did the beautiful belly flop maneuver, had everything going perfectly, and then when they relit the engines to land, they lost pressure in the header tanks, and it actually sucked the header tanks completely down and put the engines out, and it crashed on landing. With this particular article, they have changed the way they pressurize that system back to an older, more reliable helium based system. And that is on this test article.
So it should correct that landing error that was caused on the SN8. Also, if you notice on the left hand side feed that we have on screen for you, just to the left of the SN9 test article is the SN7.2 test tank, and that's to try and fix some of the rigidity issues that they were having with previous test articles crumbling.
That is correct. I do believe it's made of a different stainless steel, and it's also 1 millimeter thinner on the skin with some extra bracing inside.
It makes it just 3 millimeters thick, which doesn't sound that great, but it'll shave a great deal of weight off an overall Starship if they use this variant of stainless steel.
Yes, that shaves about 25% off the skin, but then they have to put some of that weight back in with extra bracing, but it does give them a net gain.
And then in turn takes less fuel to leave the gravity well.
And you can haul more stuff. Excuse me. The vapor you see coming off of SN9 is perfectly normal. It's residual vapor. They just had fuel in it, had an abort, and I do believe they're in reset at this time. That's just very cold metal reacting with air. There is an amazing amount of construction going on out there. What you don't see off screen is a whole new launch mount area, new tank farm, all the plumbing for more of a permanent setup rather than this temporary.
It's interesting to know, keeping in mind that they've bought these oil rigs to support offshore operations too.
Yeah,
So
I heard they named those. Do you happen to know those names?
yeah, they are named after the moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. But I believe that Phobos was already named that since 2007, I believe. Or is it Deimos that was named? I know one or the other of them was named that already for a while, but it's in essence it's suggestive that they're going for Gulf launches, which means they could just launch regular small hops from the Boca Chica facility to the launch site.
Excellent, excellent information.
And I think when you look at the structural layout of the rigs, like I've been looking at a lot of pictures on Twitter, when you look at the structure of the rig, you know these things could quite easily be modified to make capture attempts at the boosters, and they're cheap enough for sure that breaking one or two is not an issue. It's not an overly big expense.
Yes, in comparison, for sure.
I think when I was talking with somebody earlier, there was 1,600 uh, disused rigs in the Gulf currently for sale. So there's definitely it's a buyer focused market, and if Elon Musk was going through these at a rate of one a month, there's still enough to feed development.
This is true. This is true, and they're just been scrapping a lot of that sort of stuff.
I mean, it costs a lot for these companies to bring them back to shore and dismantle them in a safe way. What with their heavy industry sort of use, like it becomes almost an environmental issue to leave them out there, and it costs a lot of money to break them down in an environmentally friendly way as well. So I think giving them to an innovative company like SpaceX that are conscious of the planet is a smart move.
I will agree with you. Also, at the construction yard, or just north of the construction yard, actually, I think it's northeast, but anyway, um, there's a place called the Sanchez site attached to the yard, and that is where SpaceX is putting together a plant to make its own oxygen and methane, so it will make its own fuel. And we don't know quite how they're going to power this, but we think it's going to be some sort of a green energy that powers the plants, as well as a desalination plant somewhere on site, yet to be determined where.
It's an interesting thought because then they can even, with a desalination plant, they can create enough clean water to use as a deluge system for the rockets, even.
Yes, for sure they're going to need it. I do believe they're trucking in most of the water at this time.
It's a very interesting thought indeed.
They're also reaching the end of their power supply, so they're going to have to come up with some sort of a extra power unit, whether that's just lines in from the main lines at Brownsville or he builds his own sort of power. We're not sure. Heard rumors of all different kinds of power: solar, wind, and generating it from the methane itself.
I mean, the solar seems like the reasonable option to me. There's a lot of roof space, and we already know that Tesla solar produces custom roof tiles to maximize solar efficiency. So I would say it'd make sense to start using that technology on the rooftops of the building down at SpaceX.
It seems to be that that would be the logical choice. Wind might be a choice, but it's a bird sanctuary for one, and you have shock waves from the rockets taking off for another, so the wind power will have to be mounted quite a ways away. But there's plenty of wind there as well as sun.
There is tidal energy that they could produce, from the sea waves.
This is correct. All different kinds of ways to make green energy, and Elon is good at exploiting that sort of thing.
I would say tidal energy or solar energy would be the two most likely options we'll see.
A machine that does nothing. I got a car like that.
Everybody's happy at the snow in the UK at present.
Oh, yeah. We're supposed to get a little bit of snow here in Oregon uh, towards the end of the week. It's fun for about the first 10 minutes.
No, I'm a big kid. It's fun for as long as it's not ice.
Again, they tried to run a test a little bit ago with Starship SN9. Um, the rumor has it there was some sort of a range violation, so they've reset everything. The pad is still clear. I can see that they have not shut down for the day. This is a reset, not a scrub. They're still super cooling the fuel and oxidizer. In the right screen, you see vapor on the very right hand side of that screen. That is part of that process.
And wait, The detanking stopped, but it's still oozing out at a steady pace to suggest that it's now trying to retank itself as well. This
Yes.
kind of procedure is known as a recycle, and it's quite common for SpaceX to want to do a recycle to maximize their closure windows.
The last series of static fires we watched was 3 in one day. They reset twice, so expect more testing.
It swings and roundabouts, isn't it, Mike? We see this all too often by this point. We've been around the block. You and I, you were there at foundation of LabPadre and stuff, you know. We've seen this come and go, come and go, come and go for several generations of rocket now.
This particular vehicle, Brian, is Elon Musk's attempt to colonize Mars, basically. That is his end goal for the machine, but it will have many, many uses, including going to the moon. And today will not be a launch. We are hoping that they're going to fire up the Raptor engines, maybe several times, and and test each time procedures for fueling. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff that we can't see readily. That is the short way to put it, Catherine. Excellent. You're welcome, Brian. Go ahead and ask away. Anything about this project or even other space projects.
The thing is, Brian, it's not only about how you felt as a child, it's about knowing that this kind of project is not only inspiring your generation, my generation, but it's inspiring the next generation as well. You know, there's people united by this universal cause of watching these kind of projects unfold and hoping that we can, go to other planets. It's been the stuff of sci-fi since the 30s and 40s. It's time to try and make it a reality, and I think this project is inspiring a lot of new potential engineers and other STEM sciences professionals by, engaging in this wider audience.
Texas has the ability to launch towards the east out over the ocean. That makes it advantageous as a launch point because you have the rotation of the Earth actually helping you get into orbit. They do launch from Vandenberg in California backwards, but it takes a little extra fuel.
I think the other advantage, it's been on the cards for a while now that Elon was going to launch at sea, and there's a direct advantage if you were to look on Google Maps for Boca Chica Beach. From there you can go right out across the Gulf, so it would make sense to do these smaller hops from a construction site out to the Gulf to launch, where there's less disturbance to land and people living on land. Also, a lot of the heavy industry, the steel industries in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, and building the Starship from stainless steel, naturally, even things like shipping costs come into account when you're building rocket architecture like they are in Boca Chica at the SpaceX facility. You know, each one of these test articles is between 150 and 200 tons, unless it's one of the smaller test tanks. That's a lot of steel to transport cross country and things like that. Whereas if they're in the heartland of the stainless steel industry, then it's much quicker transportation times at a much lower cost.
I missed the space shuttle too, Catherine. It was a little bit of an over designed vehicle, and I wish it could do more than just go to low Earth orbit. I wish it could have taken humans to other worlds, but that's what we now have SLS and the Starship for.
And Dawn Aerospace are currently undergoing some testing with their spaceplane design as well, aren't they? Which
Yes,
offers the potential to open up some new exciting corridors. I can't actually wait to speak with them for the podcast. I have recommended astronomy films as well to have a word with Dawn Aerospace for some content for this channel. So that should be
yes.
nice.
I keep rooting for the Chinese to catch up so we can get in another space race and actually go places.
I think after losing Soyuz bookings, I think that might make the Russians attempt to kickstart a new space race. I agree, Catherine. I've been British. I didn't get to see many shuttle launches per se, but I do intend to visit the space various space meccas across America when I'm there in a couple of years.
I had the honor of witnessing a shuttle launch, Catherine. I was quite a ways away, but I actually got to see it. And better yet, I got to feel it as it went off. You feel it to your soul. My honest opinion, with the change of administration, there may be some slowdowns in some projects, but I do believe that the private industry is going to make up for any governmental losses.
Personally, I think despite um, the new administration being less favourable to the space program, I believe that enough action has already taken place, such as the SLS and things, that it would just make utter nonsensical behaviour to cancel the current plans for Artemis. They might just be delayed, is all. But as Warhawk's saying, you know, that then opens up the potential for companies like SpaceX to offer private ventures to the moon at a much lower cost than NASA could send scientists and astronauts there.
Thank you for the information, Cookie, but we don't need the all caps. We're reading pretty good. I'm getting old, but my glasses work all right.
But Catherine, the thing to remember is that NASA, first and foremost, are a public service provider. Now, if they focus less on the front end of the launch industry and become a customer like everybody else, then that saves the US taxpayer a lot of money, and it saves a lot of the red tape that NASA usually require to try and achieve ambitious projects. So it's good all round, in my opinion. Like, think about space flight in its aeroplane travel in its infancy was costly and reserved to government agencies. Then it trickled down to a select handful of private companies, and now there's no end of air flight providers, and that kind of innovation is required within the rocket industry. And when NASA can just become another customer like everybody else, it allows them to focus more on the science they're sending than how to send it.
I worry for some long range products, such as the James Webb and things like that, facing further delays. Um, but I do believe the actual launch industry is going to move forward rather than back. I don't think I will make it to Mars, but I think SpaceNet will.
It's my destiny to die on Mars. I think we've been talking about Mars for so long as a species that it seems unachievable to a lot. But I genuinely believe that the next 10 to 15 years will be the Martian opportunity for people that are genuinely focused, that initial wave of people in which I hope to be included in. And I'd say that anybody that knows me that's spoken to me for more than 20 minutes would probably say the same thing that Warhawk just did, and that's there's a very good chance I'm going to Mars. And if not, then the generation after mine will have a much easier job in trying to figure out how to get there.
We need the pioneer spirit back on this planet. It's kind of stagnated over the last 50 years or so.
But this is the next frontier, isn't it? Space flight and travel and these Martian dreams and Artemis.
I honestly believe that it will be remotely piloted or piloted by AI, with human as backup.
I think initial versions will be remote operated, especially until we get human testing. But they may fail once again, as Warhawk's saying, human error can cause a lot more disaster than a well programmed AI.
Yes, well programmed AI does not get excited. Sorry for the noise in the background. My dog's got the sniffles. That is correct, RLT. It's beginning to look like they've got things reset and are possibly restarting. The vapor you see in the left hand screen coming out what looks like near the black tanks is from the recondenser. That's simply water vapor as well. It's a super cooling unit to get everything down to operating temperature.
If you're just joining, guys, what we're waiting for is action with the SN9. On the screen, that's the one that looks like a rocket. That's not to be confused with SN7.2, which is the smaller test article on the left hand side of the rocket. It is going to be the rocket performing test activity today. We're expecting a static fire. It should take place within the next 3 hours and 10 minutes. We had a recycle due to a range violation caused by a car, I do believe.
I also believe that they have extended the test time by a little bit today. That was mentioned earlier. I haven't confirmed that, but I do believe it is.
Yeah, it's been confirmed. We had 11 minutes left of the original test window. Now our timer is showing those additional 3 hours that they're remaining open for to continue with testing activity.
Yes, the range violation is speculation from a consensus of rumors.
So I'm just getting word in from Twitter that the recondenser is going back on now. So we
Yep.
are expecting to start to see this step up towards what's expected to be a static fire. We are answering questions in today's live stream, guys. We are going to go silent around the time of the testing activity. That's usually 10 minutes before the testing activity would take place. We hear a siren, at that point, the commentary stops. but we are answering any rocket related, spaceflight related questions for you guys in the YouTube chat today. Just tag Warhawk or I'm on the Total Space Network account. Tag either of us with your questions and we can answer those on the live stream today for you guys.
That is for sure.
And if you like what we're doing here today on Astronomy Films, guys, remember to give a thumbs up. And if you're not already subscribed, it's definitely worth subscribing to the channel. We try and go live here with commentary on as much testing activity as we can from SpaceX Boca Chica.
When will the actual test flight be? We have to get these static fires under our belt first. They have to make sure everything, the procedures are all working properly, all the little pieces are, everything has come together and they're happy, and then they'll let it fly. They usually give us 24 hours notice of any flight, so you'll have to stay tuned, and we'll let you know as soon as we do. Did anybody watch the Falcon 9 launch this morning early? And what a wild landing.
I watched another one, Leaves the Crust by Rocket Labs. That was at about, it was delayed, it was a little bit later than its original planned time. And then I got to enjoy the Falcon launch afterwards as well.
I was sitting in my chair waiting for the Rocket Lab launch, and I fell asleep. It was middle of the night for me. You see venting going on the Starship itself. That is fueling in process, I do believe. Quite humid there today, so the venting looks more than normal. Yes, I guess that was a record landing of the Falcon 9 in record winds. The waves were actually breaking over the bow of the barge, and the Falcon 9 came in and landed like it was no problem whatsoever.
I think the interesting thing to realise there is it was record breaking for several reasons. It was the only rocket to ever go to space and back 8 times, and it landed in unfavourable circumstances almost directly in the centre of the barge. So I believe this is the recycling progress, guys. If you've just joined us after dropping off earlier, there was a suspected range violation, but SpaceX did opt to go for a recycle. What that means is that instead of closing testing activities for today, they extended the road closures and they intend on performing the static fire just a little bit later than originally planned. We're currently seeing the fueling process of the SN9 prototype SpaceX Starship vehicle, and we're waiting for further indicators of a static fire today.
I would say we're getting close. You have time to grab a cup of coffee, but I wouldn't grab a meal.
Oh, you said the C word. Mine's with two sugars if you're making it. I'm gonna go grab a coffee since it was mentioned. I'll be back shortly. But any
All right.
questions you guys have, any viewers' questions today, guys, tag Warhawk or Total Space and we'll answer those questions as soon as we can.
Make us work for our coffee. If you're just joining, we're here testing the SN9. Static fire only, not a rocket launch. We tried to get testing going earlier. We had some sort of an abort. They have reset, and it looks like testing is beginning again. This will be a static fire or a series of static fires. Don't quite know the schedule. Because it's not going to launch doesn't mean there won't be any excitement. When it fires up, it will be quite large flame, usually pieces of debris fly from the ground going every direction. It gets pretty hairy for a few seconds. Jackrabbit, I'm assuming that that is true. They would want to get any problems that they had with that last series of tests behind them and make sure that they're solved. Little confusing rocket launches today. Yes, static fire today.
And I'm back with a fresh pot of coffee, guys.
I cheated, and my lovely wife brought me a cup.
Lucky man.
Yes, you'll find on our Discord server a group of folks that are dedicated to this rocket stuff. Call ourselves rocket nerds or whatever. And it's a place where we get together, pass around information. We use it kind of as a think tank. It's kind of a great place to be. It's all inclusive, and good place to be. You'll find the two of us on there as well.
I mean, the second you enter Discord, you enter my domain, you'll usually see me poking around somewhere. It's not often, but if you do see me in any one of the Discord servers, feel free to tag me. I am approachable. Just say hi.
I know you guys have heard it 100 times, but the like and subscribe thing, the like helps us get our message out to more people. We get more people to talk with. Um, that way, we get more information passed around with one another. We learn better, and it's a little bit funner time as well. So, the like button does more than just, hey, I like it.
Hitting that like button basically shows YouTube that you like the content. Now, it seems very remedial, but this is how you can convince the YouTube AI that the content is worth viewing to the wider audience. If you subscribed and you give a thumbs up that says, hey, I'm subscribed to the content here and I enjoy it, and in turn, that promotes the channel to a wider audience and allows us to educate more people.
Thank you for that reminder, rocket launches today. Yes, the rain will not affect the static fire.
I mean, I know Elon has joked about the Starship architecture, and he has said before he could launch it in hurricane, it's so heavy. So I don't think a bit of rain would cause any problems today.
Hello, Space Kitten. How are you today?
We're hoping some point within the next 2 hours and 50-ish minutes for the static fire to occur, but they did recycle, and we are starting to see the process that usually, within about 30 minutes of now, they could be performing the static fire, potentially even sooner.
Oh, you're so lucky to be on South Padre. I wish I was there too. I could use a late lunch at the Sea Ranch restaurant. Astronomy Films is at work right now, Space Kitten.
Yeah,
When we went to South Padre Island, it was spring break. An old couple on South Padre to there to see SpaceX, but we picked the wrong weekend.
not only are we commentating Space Kit and we're answering questions from the YouTube chat today, feel free to tag Warhawk or Total Space and we'll answer those questions for anybody.
Space Kitten haunts the halls of raw space quite often. Ah, that's a nice place to stay.
If you think the Starship's gonna shake some stuff, wait till they're testing the Super Heavy down there on Boca Chica.
Yeah. Louisa, no chance of flight. Static fire only. Possibly multiple static fires. We don't know that for sure, but no flight for sure.
Although there is a suspected flight tomorrow, but it is just speculation at present and based on the current testing activity that we're waiting to see.
This is correct. Yes, you are. Howdy, Miko, and welcome to the show.
I was just telling Miko to get some sleep, and now he's joined us here to hopefully see this static fire. It's already past 1 a.m. for you, Miko. I think you can watch the replay tomorrow.
Miko has his own channel on YouTube called Deep Dive.
We operate it through Total Space. I apologise for the plugs astronomy because he'll be watching this later. But we signed into the Total Space account at present. I'm sure one of the moderators wouldn't mind posting a link to our YouTube channel or website. You can check Miko's content out there. Really good guy. I would recommend if you like nitty gritty nerdy looks at some of the architecture of Starship and other interesting topics. It's definitely worth checking his deep dives out.
I don't know if you can hear the chuckling in the background, but Jama is my wife, and she is Miko's #1 fan. Nice to have you, Space Kitten. Yes, I would like to be involved with the Discord much more than I am, but I'm spread a bit thin through several channels. Ah.
Astronomy's here to tell me off for the plug.
Oh.
Liking the fact that it's nice and foggy. We'll be able to see some sound waves travel through the fog, hopefully.
I'm sure hoping so.
I agree, Catherine. It's my drug of choice is sitting watching the SpaceX Starship. Some people like gambling, and others like drinking alcohol and stuff. I like coffee and rockets.
I'm right there with you. It's a shared addiction.
The thing is, I think SpaceX spoilers quite a lot as well because they're constantly using great hardware, even down to the cameras that they're streaming from and stuff. We expect this top-notch show, and then there's other providers that maybe get dogged on and slammed on a little bit because they can't put on as much of a show.
Astronomy films, the viewership is low. It's inauguration day here in the United States, so people are distracted quite a bit.
I used to be really into things like argon collectors, space kit, and collecting energy from the universe and stuff using argon collectors.
Hello, Roger Rabbit. Welcome to the show. Easy mistake to make, astronomy. I'm retired as well, Catherine. Kind of gives an eerie presence to the site with all the ground vapor. The fog is so bad you can't see across the ship canal. Is that correct? Is that what you're telling us? You're at the amphitheater now? Well, thank you for keeping us updated with the weather there. That was a creepy movie, Space Kid. We're try we're trying to talk with you instead of to you. That's kind of our stick here at Astronomy Films. I found as I age, there's so much happening in real life that I find fiction is not as entertaining as it used to be. Real life is amazing.
I agree, Roger Rabbit.
Yes, your opinion is welcome, and varied opinions are what gets things done. getting closer to reality, Johnny. Flying cars are with these new aerial vehicles that they're coming up with.
Thing is, VTOL vehicles, Johnny, are so close to reality, but people don't realize it. It's always been about an energy density issue for batteries. It's about being able to provide powered flight to such a big vehicle to make it viable. And with the new Tesla cells, I would imagine within the next 5 to 10 years, Tesla will be prototyping VTOLs. Good movie, Space Kitten. Very good movie.
Yes, the UAE, I do believe, is preparing to start a autonomous flying taxi service.
And the US also recently passed new drone laws allowing autonomous vehicles to fly overhead of US citizens as well, which marks a step closer towards intelligent flying vehicles. I think I'm really excited for the idea of Amazon delivery by drone still. They teased it a few years ago, and I'm like, once Amazon start delivering everything by drone, then it brings drone technology down because Amazon invested a heavy amount of money in the industry. And so it starts to bring about the idea of VTOL vehicles and things like that once you have that kind of money invested.
Too many bird hunters in our area for that.
Johnny, what you want to be looking at is Wi-Fi 6 protocol. It allows for two-way communications between the router and mesh devices. And previously, it was just sort of like a one-way communication line, just done really fast. But with Wi-Fi 6 technologies, that's a two-way communication stream via 8 channels instead of just one or two traditional channels. Take care, Space Kitten. But yeah, the secret is with Wi-Fi, not necessarily 5G, but Wi-Fi 6 is where the secret source is for mesh infrastructure, Johnny. And it looks like the Starship's one step closer towards performing its static fire today, guys. As we can see, the as expected, farm venting is taking place. That's suggestive that we are getting closer towards the static fire attempt. Hello, Minion Minion.
Minion, Minion, hello and welcome to the show.
I think Minion Minion got here at the right time, didn't he?
Yeah, great timing.
If you come in later than this, you're gonna be clenching a little bit and touching cloth. You want to be here if you're here to see it.
Yeah.
Remember, guys, we are answering questions in the live chat today. Just tag Warhawk or Total Space, and we'll do our best to answer your questions with our informed opinions.
That's why we're here. Carlos, we're hoping the next few days. Possibly as early as tomorrow. And it seems like it's quite close, but they haven't canceled for tomorrow. I am in a little tiny town on the central coast of Oregon.
I'm in a tiny town in the north of England. It's getting awfully late for me, so I'm going to be dropping off shortly, guys, and leaving you in Warhawk's capable hands.
Yes, it's going on midnight there.
Not far off, about 30 minutes away. I've got to be up nice and early for homeschooling again due to being in lockdown, but I'll talk less about that on YouTube, I think.
Yes. We're a worldwide group. Miko, who was on earlier, he's from Finland. Um, we have people from Russia, from China, from India, from all over the globe that work
All
with.
part of one big team called Team Space.
That is correct. You are special to be right there.
So I'm going to say thank you for letting me commentate here today, Astro, and thank you for allowing me to join you today, Warhawk. I'm going to go and get some sleep. I know I'm going to miss it, but I just can't simply fight it much longer.
I can
Um,
I fully understand.
Take care, everybody, and thanks for tuning in today. Remember to give the stream a thumbs up, and if you're not already subscribed, feel free to do so.
It was awesome to have you, and I will see you again soon, my friend. See you again soon.
Take care, my friend. Bye bye.
Amazing how our common interest draws us all together. I'm signaling my wife to come on live with me and help commentate, but you don't want to know the signal she's giving me back. Yes, sir, she sure did. Carlos, we're going to stream until the end of the test window, and we may even be on longer because of an abort earlier today uh, has caused the test window to increase in length, possibly. I'm going to stay on as long as possible, but the stream will remain up. No, this will not be the first test firing at the site, nor the first test firing of SN9 itself. We had a series of three a few days ago in a single day. And also, we've actually had several flights out of this site by test articles, the largest being to 12.5 kilometers in the air, doing the complete belly flop maneuver. But it unfortunately had well, I should say, fuel tank problems upon landing, and it didn't stick the landing. It crashed on landing. Yes, there have been several RUDs or explosions. Johnny, it's the only way you're going to learn. Ask away. That's what I am here for, is to answer your questions, to get you informed, get you up to speed. When I was there last March, they were dragging the carcass of, I believe, SN4 across the highway, and they paused and were having a meeting, and I actually got to walk up and touch the darn thing. The carcass, I should say. It was one that did not make it. There have been so many. It's so hard to get the SNs mixed. It's so easy to get the SNs mixed up. Again, from what I can tell, everything looks go. Testing process has begun. As you can tell now that on the lower tank, about 2/3 of the way up the fins, you'll see a white stripe. That is actual fuel in the tank forming ice on the outside. That stripe will grow. It is surprisingly close, Johnny. There's a big dirt berm between the rocket and that fuel farm to deflect any debris that comes from the bottom of the rocket. But yes, when these rockets have exploded, they've launched debris right through some water tanks that are there in the fuel farm. What you're seeing now is them cooling all the plumbing in preparation for the static fire. There will be 3 of those vents, one for each Raptor engine, around the base of the Starship. I believe in most streams they call this engine chill. The 10-minute warning siren has sounded. Thank you very much, RLT. Since we've had the siren, we're about 10 minutes or less away from testing. I am going to go ahead and kill my mic, and we'll all watch together, and then I'll open it right back up again as soon as the test is over, unless I see a change. Enjoy the static fire. right, I'm back on the microphone again. It looks like they've had an abort for some unknown reason and are detanking. Whether they reset and go again is unknown yet. They have plenty of time in the test window to do that. It looks like we get to sit here a little while longer. I've been commentating for about an hour or so now, Glauco, but did not want to miss the sounds of the rocket with me yakking over those sounds because it sounds so neat. I am back here talking to you now until we see signs of another test. Again, they looked like they were all ready to go, and there was some sort of an issue, or they reached the point in the test where they got the information they were seeking, and the test has been aborted at this time. Not scrubbed for the day. We've already had one abort earlier. So we still are in a test session. Johnny, the planned launch slips daily. As early as tomorrow, if they can get these tests under their belt. It's looking kind of grim for tomorrow, but that's just testing. They got to get it right before they can let it go. That is correct, Roger. With this video, LabPadre is gracious enough to let us use their feed. Definitely support their stream. It's amazing that we get to see all of these launches now. It may happen yet today. Keep your rain jacket handy. The cloud cover on and off is making the camera on the right cycle from day to night mode and back to day mode. That is why the confusion on the screen. I would just say you have plenty of time to go eat, Johnny. It will just be today will just be a static ignition. As early as tomorrow, it will do the same flight profile as SN9. a little bit lower in altitude, but the same profile. And the problem they had with SN8 was they ran out of pressure in the header tanks upon landing, and that ruined the engines and it crashed. Other than that, it would have been just fine. In this model, they have changed that pressurization system to helium from vent gases. In other words, they went back to a tried and true system to see if they can iron out their problems until they could come up with their new lighter system upgraded. If you have not seen the launch of SN8, you're in for a treat. Very cold, dreary, and slightly raining at my house. Must be sunny there in the Dominican Republic. Think I'd rather be sitting in your chair. Roll those bones. I don't know how well you can see, but if you'll notice at the very top of the Starship, there's also a second white line. That is the liquid oxygen header tank. There's evidently liquid oxygen in it, causing it to freeze up and make that frost line. The other two frost lines are for the main liquid oxygen tank and the liquid methane tank. Filthy Filter launch scheduled for tomorrow if this thing goes right, but that is in danger. Hit the subscription button, Glauco, and you'll get notifications every time we're on. Come and join us when you'd like. There you can see the frost line at the tip a little bit better. That is the liquid oxygen header tank frosted up. We got a ways to go yet. It's definitely not over for the day. Thank you, Phil. You people are what make this happen. Phil, if you're asking what are the odds of another try today, I would say they're pretty darn good. Trying for static fire, that is. They really want to get this done and off the stand. Their next goal, you can see sitting just to the left of Starship in the left-hand view. That is a brand new test tank that they have just completed, built out of a slightly different stainless steel that's slightly thinner to save some weight, and it has a different construction process. They're going to pressure that up to, I believe, 7.5 atmospheres, or as much as it can handle, and see if it bursts or it can hold. If it can hold, then they can build the Starship just a little bit lighter. I've not been watching close enough to be able to tell you the last tank farm delivery. It is the same steel. I wasn't sure whether they were going with the 304X yet or not. Evidently, I have been corrected. I'm not quite sure what you're speaking of, Glauco. The second phase engine, if you're talking about the second stage What you're looking at, that whole unit is the second stage. And so, yes, they will be reusing it. If you're speaking about the second stage on the Falcon 9 that launched earlier this morning to launch Starlink satellites, that one is not saved. That one actually comes back and burns up in the atmosphere. The booster, though, below it comes back. Elon calls it Starship, but no, it is not capable of visiting another star system. Yes, Phil, SpaceX is amazingly open with their information. And this is actually a spacecraft that's designed to go to other worlds. No, it's not a true Starship. And yes, interplanetary shuttle is a perfect word for it. Kyle, though I feel for you, we can't have that kind of advertising here, or everybody would be on doing the same thing. And I think Starship is a much better name for the system than his former name for it, which was Big Falcon Rocket. We have had two starts to our testing today. Both have been aborted. It looks like we are in reset mode at this time. It does not look like a scrub in any way, shape, or form to me. We have plenty of time left in our test window to get this under our belt. We are scrambling to find information on why this latest abort. It looks like we were right to ignition when it actually aborted. That's the only information I have right now as to the last one. The first abort was supposedly caused by a range violation. I cannot believe the speed that this project is advancing. This is lightning fast for new systems development, especially in the space industry. Knock, knock. It sure seems that way, Phil. And they're talking about catching the booster by the top instead of letting it land. That's about as radical a thought as you can get. Greg, they've tried twice so far in this test window and had it aborted each time. It looks like they're gearing up for a third try at it. So you missed little. They don't seem to care whether it's day or night. SpaceX goes when they're ready and they have the permits to go at that time. You're very welcome, Greg. I hope we get some results as well. Yes, at this time, the test window has been extended to 8 p.m. this evening, local time. It is now 6:20 local time. Yes, if they can get that landing down, it's going to be amazing. It's amazing anyway, but the landing will be another amazing achievement. The landing of the Falcon 9 earlier today was an amazing achievement in itself. It was the booster's eighth time to space, and they landed it outside their wind envelope to see if they could expand that wind envelope. And the Falcon 9 handled the wind like a champ and landed dead center on the barge with waves breaking over the bow of the barge. It was blowing so hard. I have a dog that's standing here on one foot and the other. I had better take him out. I will be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. All right. My dog thanks you for your patience. Doesn't look like we missed anything at all. We're still in reset after our latest abort. Still, I have no reason for you why the last one was aborted. It looked like we got right down to ignition and the test was stopped. Earlier today, we had another false start, supposedly for a range violation. That has not been confirmed, but that's the rumors. All right, Phil. We'll see you soon. I want to thank you for your reports from South Padre. And I've been following them, and they've been interesting. Thank you again. Ryan, it still hasn't scrubbed yet. We are in an abort situation in recycle. This is the second abort of the day. We still have enough time left in the test window to get this test under our belts. So logging in now might have been a good thing. You might have logged in time to see the action. Like I was saying, we are in a reset situation right now. Reason for the abort? I don't know. The first abort of the day was possibly caused by a range violation. And that should bring you about up to date there, Ryan. Any questions for me? I think you have plenty of time to go make your dinner plate. I see my wife has the oven on. Oh, there's going to be some good baking done. I know it. What kind of sweets are you making me, sweetheart? Ah, drop biscuits. I see a flash of lightning that came off of, I think is what you're just mentioned there. if there is an electrical storm fairly close by, I believe they will not test during an electrical storm. Rain is okay. I don't think an electrical storm is, though. Yeah, I could see a flash of lightning on the camera there. But yes, could be many miles away. If somebody feels like checking a weather radar, that would be interesting for the rest of us to know. But eh, yeah, what we've been watching throughout the day is basically them attempting to get a static fire in. I'm sure that they've gathered a bunch of data. As we can see, they've tried testing twice and come to a stopping point. Of course, they work on things or talk about things, inspect things in between, and then go again. Right now, we are in one of those inspections and resets. I'm kind of curious to know myself, RLT. I would think so. That also may have been what we saw here with the last what we thought was abort. I sure wouldn't quote me on that, but it's all brainstorming. They're in a reset mode. They usually will detank and then start again because the fluid, it's critical for it to be at a certain temperature, and with the ambient temperature being so much higher, they will remove the fuel, recool it with that with the machines that they have out there, and then do it again. It's interesting. They seem to be in a holding pattern of some sort. It may very well be for weather, but we don't normally see a lightning storm during the testing, so. All right. We will see you tomorrow. I'm still hoping we're going to get this test under our belts this evening. We're going to keep the stream going until for sure we know that no more action is going to possibly happen. And I'm going to try and hang with you guys until that time. The engines on the Starship are a completely new design, something that we haven't really seen before. And they run on methane and oxygen. The reason that they're using methane is because they believe their end product, a Mars transportation ship, can make its own fuel on the red planet. That way they don't have to take their fuel with them for the return journey. For you folks' information, RLT is the one that feeds me all the great information. I am not a genius. I have a whole bunch of people behind me feeding me this information. RLT is at the top of that list. That's correct, RLT. The internet is an amazing place. I've known RLT for close to a year now, and I've never actually spoken to him. It's always been through messaging. But consider him a great friend and an awesome coworker. Okay, that that does not look the best there. That's another sign that they may be closing out tanking. Tell us about myself. I'm 58 years old, live in Oregon. Uh, been doing this stuff online for a couple of years now. This is my only third appearance actually at the microphone. So I'm usually behind the scenes doing what RLT's doing right now. It is venting, but is it tanking up or detanking? It will vent doing both things, Cameron. It's okay to be critical. It's That's quite all right, Cameron. This has been a tedious but interesting watch today. We're used to things progressing at a certain pace and in a certain way, and they've done some things that are a little bit different. We don't know, Cameron, if this is a series of tests or if it's a test that's aborted and reset. But we've had several beginnings and what looks like ends to test sessions here. It does say abort in the list, but that is just our word for it looks like the parameter has stopped and we're not going on to the next step. LabPadre is kind enough to let us use their stream for this broadcast. Make sure and thank them if you get over to there. The reason that we rebroadcast is our chat is a little bit looser, a little bit slower, and we wanted to commentate, so we asked LabPadre for permission to rebroadcast their stream. The venting you see from Starship is coming from two vent valves, one for the methane tank, one for the oxygen tank. It is to relieve pressure so the liquid inside, as it boils, because its natural state is a gas, they need to relieve pressure. Normally, Cameron, it is one test in a day. The last test session was 3 tests in a single day without going back to the pad. They were testing, relighting the engines, all 3 Raptors. We thought it was a series of aborted tests, but it may have simply been they didn't need to run the engines but a split second to find out if they would relight. A little bit more on me, Doug, and the community that both me and RLT and the host that was on earlier today, Aaron, we're all in this community called Total Space, and it's a group of a bunch of channels who all cooperate, share information. It's a amazing society to be a part of. It's all inclusive, and everybody gets along amazingly, and the information sharing is the best part of it. And that's the time left in the window. That is correct. They have already extended that by 2 hours or 3 hours, I do believe. So it's not unheard of for them to extend. I agree with you. It is the way the world should work, and um, look, yeah, it's an amazing amount of cooperation. People are all located all over the globe as well. There are no national lines or anything like that. The picture on the right is a new style venting. I don't think that's coming from the reprocessor, or is that, Jay? Reprocessor, recondenser. I've been sitting here a little bit long, and the wife just distracted me with the hot biscuit, honey, and local honey, as a matter of fact, and some local butter as well from our local creamery. It's a pleasure, Doug. We get to meet so many new people. Yeah. Voice has a name. My name is Mike, by the way. I go by Warhawk Me on if I'm moderating. I do believe it's still working on my end here, Jay. Oh, RLT. Oh, the wife made homemade biscuits. I don't know her recipe. It's a they're darn good, but yeah, they just came out of the oven, and she served me one right next to me here with a cup of coffee. So I had a snack and something to drink while we're watching. And I'm getting a bit of flicker on the right hand feed RLT. I'll watch to the left in case it's. Oh, it is. It is frozen. It's looping on me. Is all. I can see it's frozen. I'm not in the south. I'm actually in Oregon on the west coast. Dustin, I would gladly ship you one of these biscuits. You still over there in Little Rock area? Yeah, I have a beautiful little piece of property in the coastal mountains of Oregon here, Cameron. It's amazing who you're going to meet. We got Dustin Webster in the house, 6-time world cliff diving champion. And he's going to go play World of Tanks. I don't know if you call that guts or craziness. There you go. There's the answer. I can brag on him all I want. I'm proud to be his brother. Bring you up to speed. We've had 2 aborted tests today. Well, we call them aborted. We're not sure if they reached their goals or not. but they did not go ahead and static fire. It looked like at one point we were right to ignition, but at this point we're in a reset mode. Yes. He knows how to hit the water most of the time. Yes, unfortunately it does, Dustin. Unfortunately it does. Yeah. Yes, I tend to stray off topic just a little bit here and there, especially when the information is interesting. I agree, and that's why I'm letting it go there. The action is fairly slow. There's a few people watching here, um, but we're just having a comfortable conversation. It has been a definite interesting week with space launches. We had the SLS Green Run. Um, they got much of the information that they wanted, but it was cut off a little bit early. We had our Starlink launch this morning. That was successful. Everything went okay. We had Virgin Galactic do a test flight with their Launcher 1 system. That is the 747 based system that drops a rocket from it and it goes off. Not to be confused with the Spaceship 2, which is the human manned suborbital spaceplane. Um, Different systems altogether. We had Blue Origin give us a demonstration of their New Shepard rocket, and it went up and down safely. everything was okay. What else did we have this week? Oh, just lots of things happening. We had the new test tank was completed and delivered yesterday there to the site. You can see it just to the left of Starship in the left-hand view. And that is a test tank made of a thinner sheet of stainless steel with some added bracing inside. The idea is to save weight. They are going to actually test that possibly to um, failure here fairly soon. I believe it's 7.5 atmospheres is their goal. Jake or RLT can correct me on that. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, it is an optical illusion there. Things are actually farther apart than it really looks in the view. The test tank is probably 100 yards or more away from the Starship itself. I would think it would be okay. Where it was just delivered, it's probably not plumbed in yet or anything like that. So it will be a few days, and I expect Starship to go maybe even before they test that tank. SN9, I should say. Wow, RLT. Is it a hydro or nitrogen? I, I can't tell you with any certainty at all, Skagit. If you happen to be in Skagit, Washington, you live near my most favorite racetrack. Thank you, RLT. That was his question. Thank you very much for the help, Bob. RLT is going to shoot me, but I'm going to go off topic. I bribed the guard up there at Skagit with a salmon fillet as I came back from a Canada trip to watch the rest of my salmon in his cooler while I went in and watched the races on my way back home to Oregon. Just a funny little side note. Cameron, you never know who you're going to meet on these channels. Good night, RLT. Thank you so much for your moderating and gathering me all this information. I'm glad you like it, Cameron. Yeah, with the crowd small, we can kind of be flexible here, and we're fairly tolerant as well. If we get hardcore spammers or people attacking each other, we clamp down, but we try and keep it loose here. And you guys are the reason we're here. We're not here to talk to you. We're here to answer things for you. Keep you up to date. Never been to the Speedway. I've made 2 trips up there to the Speedway. But then I'm crazy. I went clear to the Kings Royal back in Ohio. So that was back when I was into racing cars instead of rockets. Back to the Starship. Yes, we're still have 40 minutes left in a test window of Starship SN9. Earlier today, we've had two different test sessions. To us, they looked like they were aborted. Whether they were actually aborted or they got the information they needed, we are not positive. But they have reset. And they're in what we are thinking is kind of a holding pattern right now. We still could have testing yet this evening, but it's not looking the best for testing. So we're just kind of hanging out and having a little conversation, getting off topic, talking race cars and boats and all different kinds of stuff. Just feel free to join in on a conversation. I just sold my North River jet boat last year, Skagit. It was a commander, had all the bells and whistles, and you could eat out of the bilge. I was so sad to see it go. But I'm getting old enough to where I just can't get upside down in the bilge and maintain it any longer. So I was going to do it a disservice if I left it in the garage. So I sold it off to another happy fisherman. Our local track did the same thing, Skagit, to try and stay in business. SpaceX seems to be slowly picking up not only the testing here, but their launch cadence as well for the Falcon 9. We had a launch this morning, all successful. We have another launch scheduled in 2 days. Just amazing work. We have the Starship. We have the Starship test tank with the new materials. It's just amazing to see the speed they're going and kind of the cowboy attitude that they have about it. I'm just amazed myself, especially when you look around the industry at other companies. They all seem to be chasing the way that SpaceX does things. You can see about halfway up on Starship, there'll be intermittent venting. That means that there is still pressure in the tanks. If there is any fluids in especially the upper tank, they must keep pressure on the lower tank, or the rocket cannot stand the weight above it and will collapse. Looks more like a penguin than a squid, in my humble opinion. Bob, the next test is scheduled to go to 10 kilometers. And of course, tonight they're not going anywhere. It's a static fire if we get another test in. Cameron, I'm thinking it probably well, I'm going to bet that it's over tonight, but every time I make a bet, I'm wrong. So I'm going to bet it's over, and then let's watch them fire the thing off. We are definitely moving forward together. That is for sure. It's nice to see this whole planet coming together. The space community has been that way for quite some time. It's nice to see where the rest of the planet is finally following suit. The gentleman was speaking about how nice it is that the whole world is coming together for these adventures. Yes, my wife has the timing perfect. She has been watching the closure end clock, and she's going to have dinner ready about 15 minutes after. She's just an amazing woman. Yeah, it was my wife in the kitchen. She was working on dinner. You're not a kid, and I'm lucky. And yes, Doug, this is a great new era because there is the ability to have jobs into space and to make space a little bit profitable. We are going to see a tremendous advance. It's going to go from exploration to exploitation, basically. That's kind of a harsh word, but that's what it will end up being. Yes, and once that business gets going, Doug, just think of all the periphery businesses around the hotel. People are going to want things to do. People are going to need transport. People are going to want more than just a hotel restaurant to eat in. Um, they're going to want to be able to go see things and do things. So that the hotel will just be the center point. We as a have learned to go to space. Now we're going to have to learn to live in space. I'm not quite sure why they use nitrogen. I know this because it's an inert gas and not non-flammable, and why they don't use water itself, I'm not quite sure. I think it's because they are going to use it at temperature, and of course, water freezes well above the temperature that they need the fluids at. I think that would be the explanation for going with liquid nitrogen rather than just water, because of the temperature that they're going to test the metal at. I was out at the other end of the spectrum, Skagit. Out of high school, I did the West Texas oil fields on a drilling rig. Other end of the pipeline. That was in the 80s as well, so it was old school diesel chain driven rigs craziness. And I survived it with all my fingers. It looks like eventually this system is going to be so loud when it is full up. This is, of course, is just the second stage that we're looking at here. The booster um, is still pieces, hasn't been assembled yet nor tested. That will come next. It is so large that it can break windows 6 miles away when it takes off if it's fully loaded and up. So we believe what they're going to do is launch the units from land out to an offshore oil rig type of launch mount, which they have recently purchased a couple of them and named them Phobos and Deimos after the two moons of Mars. Yeah, roughneck rocket. Um, and then they'll go ahead and load the Starship fully loaded out offshore and launch it well away from any humanity and the shock waves that the machine produces. Okay, guys, it looks like testing is over for this evening. Um, I think in that case, we will not have a flight tomorrow as RLT just came back on to give us the bad news here. We, of course, will be back for the next test session. Hopefully, you'll have commentary from me or one of the other fine commentators that we have. And I'm going to wait here a couple more minutes just to say goodbye to you folks, and then I'm going to close down myself and eat my dinner. And there goes our first vehicle by the site. You go back to watching them landslide videos, Doug, and we'll see you in the next test session. You too, Skagit. Nice to see everybody. We are going to try and make this a regular thing when testing is happening out at the Boca Chica site. Thank you guys for the feedback. That encourages us to do this some more. Good night, guys. I am out of here.